The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 14th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Beth Van Dyne to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders in the minority whip are limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 1 year ago, record-breaking floods devastated much of southern Montana, shattering communities in and around Yellowstone Park. The destruction caused by these rushing waters was immense, washing away homes, businesses, and property that Montanans had spent generations building. But it did not wash away their hope. I had the chance to survey the aftermath and speak with residents who had been impacted by this tragic natural disaster. Many understood that it would take months, maybe even years, to recover. What surprised me about my conversations with those who lost so much to these historic floods was not their desperation, but their courage. The people of Montana have always been stronger than the challenges that they face. Local leaders in Park, Stillwater, and Carbon counties did not let the disaster destroy their communities. Instead, they came together to support their friends and neighbors when they needed it the most. Local leaders like Sherry Weimer were instrumental in directing the rebuilding of Red Lodge when floodwaters overwhelmed the area. These efforts were also led by dedicated public servants like Yellowstone National Park Superintendent Cam Shawley. Communities in southern Montana rely on tourist traffic from Yellowstone to survive. When floodwaters closed 2 entrances to the park, Superintendent Shawley sprung into action and accelerated the opening of the Old Gardner Road, restoring access to Yellowstone just 4 months after the floods. I spoke with countless Montanans whose lives were turned upside down by the Yellowstone floods and have made it my mission to ensure leaders in Washington support them. Although our work to restore our gateway communities is far from over, I'm proud of the work that we've done so far. I want to thank Sherry Weimer, Superintendent Shawley, and the countless Montanans who stepped up to help their communities during this difficult time. Your work is an example of Montana, and it is a privilege to represent you in the United States House of Representatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a friend and a citizen of Fresno, California, Hugo Morales, for being awarded with an honorary doctorate at Harvard University, the school from which he graduated. It's fitting and appropriate, for his lifelong pursuit has been to service others throughout our valley and throughout our country, specifically focusing on Hispanic communities. His story is the story of immigrants past and immigrants present. It's the American story. Born in Oaxaca, Mexico, Hugo and his family came to this country to pursue what so many immigrants have throughout generations, the American dream. As a child, he worked in the fields alongside his parents and attended public schools. Despite the challenges he faced, he persisted and was able to receive a scholarship to Harvard University, where he graduated law school in 1972. After graduating, he came back to Fresno, came back home, and decided to start a radio station. Radio Bilingual is what they called it. Today, Radio Bilingual is the leading Spanish language public radio in the United States, serving as a voice to empower Latinos, the farm workers, the dreamers, undocumented, people who are in underserved communities throughout our country. Radio Bilingual has been a critical messenger in so many issues and challenges we have faced over the decades, from COVID-19 responses to immigration policy to encouraging participation in the United States Census. So many different efforts of public service. Hugo is a pioneer in public broadcasting and an inspiration to many of us, especially of our young people and aspiring journalists in the Valley. But again, his reputation is spread nationwide. So it's fitting and appropriate, I said on the outset, that Harvard University provide him with the honorate doctorate degree. Congratulations, my friend, on your well-deserved honor. You are a role model and an inspiration for so many. You make the San Joaquin Valley proud. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have? All right. Madam Speaker, I also want to rise today to recognize a special day for Americans of Portuguese descent. We're to celebrate Dia de Portugal, a national Portuguese holiday. This is the story of Portuguese Americans, which is part of that American story, which is about immigrants, past and present, in this case, the Portuguese community. As a proud descendant of Portuguese immigrants, the traditions and values that my family took from the Azores Islands off the coast of Portugal have never been far from my heart. It's the story of my family. The fact is that Portugal is one of America's longest and strongest allies, was one of the first nations to recognize the United States as an independent nation after the Revolutionary War. As co-chairman of the Portuguese Caucus, I look forward to continuing our efforts in bipartisan fashion to advance mutual interests and strengthen the bonds between the United States and Portugal. So we celebrate the richness and the ethnic diversity of all the communities in our country. It is the secret sauce of America, I'm convinced. De Tocqueville wrote a book about it in the late 19th century, wondering why America could reinvent itself with every generation of immigrants that came to these shores with nothing more than the clothes on their back, but a deep desire to work hard and to succeed for themselves and their families. That is the secret sauce, the American dream that we share in common. For Dia de Portugal, Feliz Dia de Portugal. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
I want to take time to explain to my constituents why consistency in political thought is important. Many people were excited and encouraged when I voted against lifting the deficit cap recently. The reason I did this was that I did not want an unidentified amount of debt accumulation while shaving a small portion of 11% of the budget. Meanwhile, we did not address executive power and bureaucracies that were out of control and that can cost us far more than we can save. In short, I wanted the REINS Act in exchange for raising the debt ceiling. Ironically, I have made unpopular votes that are consistent with the same philosophy. For example, I voted against keeping a fee for all VA loans, that all veterans have to pay for every loan taken in order to pay for IT training for a small number of veterans. I did not think it was fair that every veteran would pay for the education of just a few veterans that would otherwise be paid for by the GI Bill already. Just because the name veteran is attached to a bill does not make it the right thing to do. Likewise, I voted against creating more government oversight on the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords are working great. It's created some of the most innovative peacekeeping processes in modern history. However, creating more government, especially in the form of another executive appointee to a process that is already working well, did not make sense to me. Well-intended bureaucracy and increasing executive power is the greater part of what I've been fighting for since I arrived in D.C. We're already out of balance. The REINS Act was meant to bring back into control executive power and bureaucracies. Why would I vote for something that would increase more bureaucracy and more executive power? No one should doubt my support for Israel or my admiration of the Abraham Accords. In April of last year, I voted in favor of HRES 311, a resolution encouraging the expansion and strengthening of the Abraham Accords, a resolution urging nations throughout the region to improve their relationships with Israel and strengthen the U.S.-Israel alliance. With that said, whether it is about government spending, debt, increasing fees on an entire veteran population for the sake of a few, or increasing executive power and bureaucracy, I will remain politically consistent and thoughtful. That is my promise. I believe in the individual, not more government. We need to bring back balance to the power that was designated by the Constitution for a purpose. More government, more debt, and more fees are seldom the answer. I remain semper fidelis to this philosophy and to you, the people. And with that, I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Beware when Washington says it's getting fiscally responsible. Too often that's code for cutting programs that families rely on while throwing more money at defense contractors. This year, my Republican colleagues want most government programs to tighten their belts, while defense spending increases without accountability. Nowhere is this more evident than the F-35 program. The Department of Defense expects to spend $1.7 trillion over the life of the F-35 program, including the countless spare parts contractors are losing. In fact, since May 2018, under the watch of just one company, over 1 million parts have been lost, damaged, or destroyed. I came to Washington to protect taxpayer dollars, not flush them into the Pentagon's black hole. As Congress considers the National Defense Authorization Act, I encourage my colleagues to join me in cracking down on waste, fraud, and abuse. Higher inflation and housing costs harm us all, especially our most vulnerable neighbors who are on the brink of losing their homes. Low-income families are struggling to make do, falling behind on rent and unable to find affordable housing. One unexpected medical emergency or job layoff can be all it takes to doom a family into eviction. Evictions are not momentary inconveniences. They are long-term setbacks that make it harder to find a new home, driving families deeper into poverty. Single moms and women of color are disproportionately at risk of being evicted. 78% of Orange County households that are behind on rent are female-headed. Thankfully, the Orange County Eviction Diversion Collaborative is stepping in to help. By advocating for rental assistance and landlord mediation services, they're saving tenants, families, from the destabilizing damage of an eviction. As a single mom myself, I'm grateful Orange County is looking out for women and children. Our community is stronger, healthier, and safer when we take care of one another. When banks make promises to the public, we should expect that they are upheld. Disappointingly, First Citizens Bank is falling short of this standard. After purchasing Silicon Valley Bank's assets at a whopping $16.5 billion discount, First Citizens has been silent on whether it will uphold Silicon Valley Bank's promise to invest $9 billion in California low-income communities. This investment promised to expand affordable housing, small business loans, and other needed services in underserved areas. I led 15 of my California colleagues in a letter last month calling on First Citizens Bank to honor this commitment. They have not responded. It's an injustice that communities of color and low-income households stand to lose out more from First Citizens' purchase than all of Silicon Valley Bank's billionaire depositors. First Citizens has a responsibility to make sure that neighborhoods with the least financial resources are not left behind. I rise to commend Cal Optimus Health Board of Directors for approving up to $25.5 million in funding for behavioral health care for Orange County students. All 29 Orange County districts can use this funding to hire additional staff, enhance training and development, and develop new respite spaces for children in K through 12 schools. This funding comes at such a crucial time. Children's mental health has declined since the start of the pandemic. In California, young people between the ages of 14 and 18 are suffering the most. Cal Optima Health and the Student Behavioral Health Incentive Program are doing important work by partnering with Hazel Health, Children's Hospital of Orange County, and Western Youth Services to improve behavioral health among our students. Mental health care is health care, and I applaud Orange County for prioritizing the health and well-being of our children. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in opposition to President Biden's and the extreme Green New Deal Democrats' attempts to ban gas stoves and cooking appliances. And I rise in support of H.R. 1615 and H.R. 1640, which would extinguish this egregious abuse of power. Madam Speaker, natural gas stoves are currently the preferred cooktop appliance for nearly 40% of American households. In fact, nearly 187 million Americans use natural gas because it is a relatively affordable and reliable source of energy. As Americans have been facing the gripping reality of surging prices for almost everything, thanks to the reckless and out-of-control spending of President Biden and congressional Democrats, the last thing they need is to be forced to spend an additional $1,068 per year from using only electric appliances. During debate, Democrats will say and have said that no one is trying to take away your gas stoves. That couldn't be any further from the truth. In fact, a recent CNN headline read, quote, "New York becomes the first state to ban natural gas stoves and furnaces in new buildings," close quote. While discussing gas stoves in January of this year, Consumer Product Safety Commissioner Richard Trumpka Jr. said that, quote, "any option is on the table," close quote, meaning that banning gas stoves was certainly a potential option. A month later, in February, seemingly following the Consumer Product Safety Commission's lead, the U.S. Department of Energy issued a proposed rule that, if finalized, would set maximum annual energy consumption standards for electric and gas cooking tops manufactured and sold into commerce. This proposed rule would have an estimated cost of $183.4 million for manufacturers that will need to comply with the new standards. And somehow the administration tentatively concluded that the new standards would be technologically feasible and economically justified. Give me a break. Now, Madam Speaker, gas stoves in my home state of Tennessee may not be as common as they are in some other states. Given our relatively affordable electricity rates and our historical reliance on other forms of energy, Tennessee use of gas stoves accounts for only 20.4% of households in our state. But even though only 1 in 5 Tennessee households use a gas stove, the Tennessee state legislature passed and the governor signed into law legislation that prohibits local governments from banning gas stoves. And as a result, no localities in the volunteer state have pursued this ill-guided policy. All of this to say, Americans should be allowed the freedom to make this decision for themselves. The last thing they need is the federal government coming into their kitchen and telling them what appliances they should be using. Not only is it extremely costly and ineffective, but it's another step towards becoming a socialist nanny state. Lastly, Green New Deal Democrats in favor of banning gas stoves claim that it will save the environment and help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But the truth is that homes with natural gas appliances emit 22% less CO2 than all electric homes. So, Madam Speaker, let's call this what it is: a blatant overreach and abuse of power by Green New Deal Democrats and the power-hungry Biden administration. Thankfully, House Republicans are taking action to protect America's freedom to choose for themselves whether a gas stove is the best choice for their needs by passing H.R. 1615, the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act, and H.R. 1640, the Save Our Gas Stoves Act. It's a shame that we have to take these types of actions to push back against an overly aggressive regulatory state led by the Biden administration. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to honor my ancestors as we approach the 175th anniversary of our emancipation, the self-emancipation of the enslaved people of the Danish West Indies. It's ironic that now in the United States, right now, there's a war being waged to censor and erase history and heritage, not just of Virgin Islanders, but for Black and brown people in this nation. The bloody insurrection of American revolutionaries to attain their freedom is celebrated, yet the history of resilience and strength, the story of the African diaspora in this country, is attempted to be taken away. Shackled and bound, over 120,000 of my ancestors, men, women, and children, were stolen and trafficked from the shores of Africa to the islands of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John in the Danish West Indies, now known as the Virgin Islands of the United States. From the early 1650s until 1848, the Danish subjected the people of the Virgin Islands to the atrocities of chattel slavery. Forgotten today, the Danes were notorious for having some of the most grueling and inhumane conditions in the Caribbean. Under these conditions and the watchful eye of the Danish, the people resolved to mobilize and seize their freedom. On July 3rd, 1848, 9,000 enslaved and freed people on the island of St. Croix collected en masse at Fort Frederick and demanded their immediate and indefinite liberation. Under the superior leadership of Moses General Butho Gottlieb, they had coordinated, strategized, and executed a plan for freedom. Overcome by the people, the Danish surrendered by the declaration of the Danish governor. The Virgin Islands became one of only 2 places to ever successfully gain their freedom through an organized slave revolt, armed insurrection in the history of the Western Hemisphere. They would wait for no man to unshackle their chains. This is what it means to be a Virgin Islander, to overcome the most harrowing of circumstances, to reclaim the power that which is kept seemingly out of reach, and to wait for no one to give us freedom, equity, or prosperity. Malcolm X, at the founding rally of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, stated, "A race of people is like an individual man. Until it uses its own talents, takes pride in its own history, expresses its own culture, affirms its own selfhood, it can never fulfill itself." We, the people of the Virgin Islands, must not sit idle, expectant that the same system that oppressed our ancestors, that continues to deny us rights, will solve the very problems of its creation. We don't need to look for others to solve our problems. We have within ourselves, within our own diaspora, all the answers to heal ourselves and grow. Throughout the Virgin Islands, in the United States and beyond, we are doctors, engineers, writers, educators, builders, economists, organizers. We are a people of immeasurable talent, born from a history of strength and resilience, possessing a rich and vibrant culture capable of good things, all of which are squandered if we continue to allow our mental slavery to bind our true freedom. We may have the scars of countless injustices, but Virgin Islanders, we also have the blood of our ancestors that organized and were willing to give up all for freedom, a self-definition and their own determination of their lives. 175 years ago, our ancestors abandoned their sense of I and adopted we. Through ingenuity, bravery, and unity, they rejected the brutal reality forced on them and reclaimed the power to manifest a present and future of their will and their creation. We are heroes of our own story. This is from which we are born. It is in our blood to rise. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, or Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize one of Campbell County, Virginia's finest, Captain Mike Lawhorn. On May 30, Rustburg High School's faculty and staff named Captain Lawhorn the winner of this year's Hugh D. Pendleton Award of Leadership, which recognizes exceptional community leadership. As a graduate of Rustburg High School, a lifelong resident of Campbell County, and a veteran of the United States Air Force, Captain Lawhorn has dedicated his life to bravely serving his nation and his community. Captain Lawhorn has climbed the ranks in the Campbell County Sheriff's Office, beginning as a school resource officer at Rustburg High School in 1998, and now serving as captain of the Administrative Services Division, where he has been dedicated to ensuring school and court safety since 2018. Captain Lawhorn participated in the FBI National Academy in 2022, becoming the first and only Campbell County Sheriff employee to complete this distinguished and challenging program. I'm honored to represent such an outstanding member of the Campbell County community, and I thank and congratulate Captain Lawhorn for his lifetime of service. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary accomplishments of the University of Lynchburg's men's baseball team. On June 8, the Lynchburg Hornets earned a 7-6 victory over Johns Hopkins University to win the NCAA Division III National Baseball Championship, representing the program's first national title. In the third and final game of the championship series, the University of Lynchburg fell behind by 4 runs in the top of the first inning, but they clawed their way back with 2 runs in the bottom of the first and second innings and 3 in the fifth to claim the lead for good and clinch the title. The Hornets' 48 wins this season set an Old Dominion Athletic Conference record for victories and reflects the countless hours of discipline and dedication required to reach this pinnacle of success. So I congratulate the Lynchburg Hornets for their victory in the NCAA Division III National Championship, and I'm honored to represent this championship team from my hometown and the 5th Congressional District of Virginia. Madam Speaker, the number one responsibility of the House of Representatives is to secure and protect the fiscal stability of the United States of America. What that means is we are protecting and ensuring our ability to meet our obligations, to fund our government, and when necessary, to borrow to meet those needs in extenuating circumstances. We just came through a debt ceiling battle where the debt ceiling was raised unconditionally through January of 25. And there was the scary narrative that was used that we were facing some kind of a national default if we didn't raise the debt ceiling. However, there was not going to be any default because there's more than enough revenues coming in to meet the approximately $70 billion a month that it takes to pay the interest on the nation's debts, to service our debts, and to prevent an actual default. However, if we do not make true reforms and cuts in spending, we will surely have a national default in the near future. So, Madam Speaker, it's incumbent upon us that we use the upcoming budgetary process, the appropriations process, to cut our spending and put us on a path to fiscal responsibility. As the new Republican majority, we must ensure that the appropriations process reflects the priorities of our majority, that we secure our border, that we strengthen our military, that we defund climate extremism, that we restore American energy, reliable and affordable energy, that we defund DEI, that we defund CRT, that we defund LGBTQ programs, that we defund abortion, that we defund indoctrination in our education systems. This will have the result, as we restore fiscal responsibility, of reducing inflation that's crushing the purchasing power of the American people, that we reduce the interest rates. We allow the Federal Reserve to stop raising interest rates because we're reducing inflation and those interest rates that are crushing the cost of housing and mortgages for Americans across the country, that we reduce gas prices that are crushing middle income, lower income, and fixed income Americans, that we help our farmers to reduce the grocery prices that are making it so hard for Americans to put food on the table, and that, again, we restore fiscal responsibility to ensure the fiscal future for our children and our grandchildren. And I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now rise to speak on a huge threat facing salmon and other fish in Washington state. Salmon are not just a fish for us. They are a cultural touchstone. They're an economic bedrock, and they're also a huge part of meeting our tribal obligations. In Washington state, we have a long series of dams along the Columbia River and others, and that slows the speed of salmon as they travel up to spawn. Now, sea lions have figured this out. There's an all-you-can-eat buffet waiting for them at the dams, and they're exploiting that. These are not cute Disney-level sea lions. These are about the weight of a Volkswagen Bug, about the size of a bear. These are serious creatures. And they are not just a small predation risk. Almost 1 out of 2 fish at Merwin Dam on the Lewis River is returning with sea lion bites out of it. Sea lions come up the river, they chunk up on the salmon, and then they go back out to the ocean to breed. And other sea lions see this, these glossy guys, and they say, hey, where'd you get that? And they follow them back up. There's a massive amount of recruitments. And there was actually a really interesting natural experiment on the Willamette River where there was a smaller number of sea lions, and they were able to effectively remove all of them at once and end this cycle of recruitment. Right now, our federal policies don't allow the effective removal of these sea lions, and the recruitment continues. As a result of the actions of the Willamette, fewer sea lions died. More fish were saved, and we've got to act faster in a more rational way to end this cycle of recruitment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 150th Jubilee of Tenino, Washington. Jubilee is not the kind of word you're going to hear a lot if you visit Tenino, Washington. It's one of those words my grandpa would say is costs a quarter when a nickel will do. Folks in Tenino are really proud of our working class heritage. It's originally a town based on logging and quarrying, and it's actually where my great-grandparents are buried. It was built on the determination of people who believe in hard work. They are creative thinkers, and when the traditional currency collapsed during the Great Depression, they actually invented their own currency with wooden currency, and it worked because this is a community where people trust each other, where they believe in each other. And that kind of independent thinking is exactly what has brought the town to resilience today. I am so excited to honor the legacy and the future of this great city. Thank you sincerely to all of the folks who've put their shoulder behind the wheel of making it a great town. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank retiring Superintendent Chris Rest for his 8 years of service to the Toledo School District. During his tenure as superintendent, Chris demonstrated a passionate commitment to his students, his staff, parents, and the community of Toledo. Throughout his career, Chris always sought to learn and improve, and he approached each new challenge with creativity and humility. The construction of the Toledo High School is a testament to this. Under his direction, the school came in $2 million under budget, and as a result, people in the town had lower taxes for 4 years. Rest's dedication to our community is further demonstrated by his use of pandemic funding to bolster the district's mental health staff, proactively addressing this growing crisis and ensuring access in schools to a safe and supportive environment. Leaders like Chris do not come around very often, but we are lucky to have them when they do. Chris, thank you. I wish you all the best in your well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to tell you about rural firefighters. Rural firefighter districts are 100% volunteer staffed and can have annual budgets under $100,000. That has to pay for medical, for supplies, for fuel, for maintenance, training, insurance, and administrative costs. And because of these financial limitations, rural departments can offer training but not permanent paid positions. The result is effectively a farm system for more urban districts. Rural departments expend resources to train the firefighters who end up leaving for bigger towns, causing perpetual shorting staffages. One emergency manager was telling me about their son who started out his firefighting career in one of these rural districts, and he was scheduled for a one-off, one-on for 6 days. But because of staffing shortages, he was on for 6 days nonstop and responding to life-critical emergencies, barely able to keep his eyes open. All without getting paid. This type of schedule is not sustainable for any job, much less a volunteer gig, let alone one with the physical, mental, and emotional challenges of a firefighter. So I stand with my community in thanking our rural firefighters for their efforts and their service. I will always be an advocate for programs that support rural firefighters. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to my distinguished predecessor, Don Bonker, a dear friend. I had the honor of knowing Don personally before he passed, and his loss will be felt deeply by all of our community members.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Paul Nelson, a longtime Erie, Pennsylvania businessman who passed away on Sunday, May 21st. Mr. Nelson was 89 years old, but he was never, I don't think you could ever say that Mr. Nelson was old. Oftentimes people compared him to a cross between Willy Wonka and Peter Pan. Now, why was that? Well, Mr. Nelson ran Waldemere Park and Waldemere Water Park. Mr. Nelson started working there when he was 11 years old. He married the love of his life, Lane, and together they ran Waldemere. Now, you can say many things about Mr. Nelson, but what you can't say that he ever had a bad day, because he never had a bad day. And I think when we talk about people, and oftentimes at their passing, we're very sad, and we say, it's just horrible that we lost him. I'm different. I'm just happy that we had him. What if Paul Nelson had never been born? What if Paul Nelson had never been in Erie, Pennsylvania? What if Paul Nelson had never married Lane? What if Paul Nelson had never taken Waldemere and making it an iconic place for people to take their children? So when he was 83 years old, Madam Speaker, I was visiting with Mr. Nelson up at Waldemere, and he goes, Mike, how much time do you have? I said, Mr. Nelson, as much time as you need. He says, come with me. We went to his office. He looked around to see who else was there, and he pulled out a set of plans, and he unfolded them. And I said, well, what are you going to show me? He said, this is my 10-year plan for Waldemere Park. And I said, Mr. Nelson, I don't think you could define optimist other than an 83-year-old man with a 10-year plan. And the reason I say, the whole, his passing, yes, we grieve, we don't want to lose him, but what if we had never had him? Where would the tragedy have been? The tragedy would not have been that he was here and he died. The tragedy would have been if Mr. Nelson had never lived. And I think when we go through moments like this and we have a chance to reflect on people that we represent, we understand that we represent more than a person. We represent an attitude. We represent a legacy. We represent people who rely on us to come here and represent them. Look, you can't say enough about Mr. Nelson. I told you he's a cross between Willy Wonka and Peter Pan. I always found him to be so charming. He was actually, we awarded him with a champion of the district. And here it was when I was able to see him. But I just think people need to take time every once in a while and look not just at the birth date and look at the passing date, but look at the time in between. What did they do with that time? Was it time well spent? And at the end of that time, can we look back and smile and say, how blessed was I to have had something that made saying goodbye so hard to do? This guy's incredible. Madam Speaker, I yield back now, but I will never yield this man's memory and what he did for Erie, Pennsylvania, and for childhood devotees who just couldn't wait to go to Waldemere in the summer. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. America is experiencing a gun violence epidemic, both in mass shooting and everyday gun violence. More and more, our fellow Americans have to deal with mental health and physical injury in the aftermath of shootings. In many cases, they come out of the hospital with long-lasting disabilities. The residents in my hometown of Philadelphia have become much too familiar with gun violence. In a poll taken 6 months ago, 2/3 of residents reported having heard gunshots in their neighborhoods. Over Memorial Day weekend alone, 32 people were shot in Philadelphia, 7 of them dead, including a 16-year-old boy. Those 32 families are changed forever. And the toll of gun violence in the victims is enormous. It's emotional, it's mental, and it's financial. It's not just borne by those who are shot, but it's also by family and friends, as well as witnesses, first responders, and countless others. I believe prevention. That's why I signed the discharge petitions for the 3 gun safety bills. I also believe in helping those who have already been affected. We are becoming a nation of victims and survivors. As a country, we must not forget those who are struggling in the line of the math of gun violence. That's why I, along with Senator Casey, introduced resources for gun victims, H.R. 3962. This bill will create a council to assess the resources that are available and determine how we can ensure victims are getting the assistance they need. It is important for all of us to realize that this affects everyone, that we must address this question of violence, and we must not take it for granted. It can affect any family throughout this nation, and it is important that we do all that we can and send the message that this is just not acceptable. Surely we all agree on helping victims of crimes. The time to help victims is now. We must help victims. We must send a message that this is unacceptable, no matter where we live, no matter where we are, no matter where in this nation. The questions of victims who are being affected. We must rise up and send a message that this is no longer the type of behavior. It will take us all working together to make a difference. So I share with you, Madam Speaker, it is important during this moment, like never before, that we come together and we focus, no matter what city, no matter what state, no matter wherever in the United States. It is unacceptable. I thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Mr. Samuel Bernard Adams, a veteran, a banker, and a businessman from Savannah, Georgia. Sam was a graduate of Roanoke College and a member of Kappa Alpha fraternity. Sam served in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War. Afterwards, he worked as a banking officer with Citizens and Southern National Bank before beginning his own company, Intermodal Shipping Maintenance. Sam was committed to community throughout his life, serving on the vestry of Christ Church, chairman of the Tybee Island Beach Task Force, and a board member of both Hospice Savannah and Savannah Little Theater. His contributions to the culture and the vitality of Savannah will be felt for years, and his presence will be dearly missed. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the accomplishments of one of my constituents, Michael Holt. Michael was recently recognized as the most fabulous school supporting staff member of 2023 by Effingham Living magazine for his work at South Effingham Elementary School. He is an alumnus of South Effingham Elementary, where he currently works as an instructional support staff in the technology department. Outside of work, Michael was vice president of the Low Country Down Syndrome Society, and he was selected to be one of 10 participants on the Georgia Treasure Maps Storytelling Roadshow. Treasure Maps is a collection of short films that provide a personal viewpoint on living with a disability. He also is an avid moviegoer, current event guru, and a very impressive equestrian. I've had the opportunity to meet with Michael, and I know personally that he is deserving of this award. Congratulations again, Michael, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds for you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Mr. Tommy Dubberly, a committed and heroic volunteer firefighter from Glenville, Georgia. Dedicated to public service, Tommy spent 40 years fighting fires in addition to his work at the Department of Corrections, where he retired as a sergeant. At Tattnall County EMS, he serves as deputy director, always leading by example and demonstrating unwavering care and support for his community. Even when he was off the clock, Tommy still found ways to build community. As the vice president of his county Shriners Club, he helped build fraternity and camaraderie among his peers. Mr. Dubberly's devotion to serving others is emblematic of the virtues we should all strive to live by, and I mourn his loss dearly. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Connor Mathis, a 16-year-old whose tragic passing has impacted our entire community. Set to enter his junior year at Glen Academy, Connor was a joyous young boy, always seen with a large smile on his face. His smile lit up every room he entered, and Connor's infectious energy and love, especially for sports, was constantly felt by those closest to him. I mourn the loss of such a caring and young man, and I give my most sincere prayers to the Connor's family. His family now wears shirts with hearts colored green, Connor's favorite color, to honor him. To those listening, next time you wear green, I encourage you to think of Connor and to remember Connor, whose life we lost far too early. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and righteous Lord, bring us back to you. When everything around us demands our attention away from you, distracts our awareness of you, and draws us apart from you, like a shepherd, lead us back to you, that we would acknowledge your saving grace and loving mercy in every aspect of our lives. In this, may every member of this body align their work, their wants, and their words according to your righteousness. And may we each yield our desires and demands to your virtuous design for this nation. Open our eyes to those countries around the world who do not enjoy the liberties we have, and yet in their faithfulness have been preserved from their enemies and upheld by your mercy. Nonetheless, no country is strong enough to boast of worldly strength, nor able to rely solely on their own human virtue. None, not even Ukraine, can claim as sacred the works done from the rightness of their cause. Only by your grace, reflected in their faith, are they able to withstand their adversary. Awaken us to share in this testimony of faithfulness, in their belief in the gift of your protection against all odds stacked against them. Summon our hearts to follow their example of trust in your guidance, and remind us to hold on to and claim in the face of all adversity the hope we have in you. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-305, an act to require the Secretary of the Treasurer to mint coins in commemorative of the 250th anniversary of the United States Marine Corps and to support programs at the Marine Corps Heritage Center, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate Flag Day and the birthday of the United States Army. On this day, 246 years ago, the symbol of our nation was born. The American Flag Day honors the adoption of our Stars and Stripes by the Second Continental Congress. From the time of its adoption until now, the flag serves as representation of freedom and liberty, both at home and abroad. Not only is our flag a symbol of our values, but it is also a reminder of what we can be as a nation. As Americans, we should be especially thankful today and every day to those who fought to protect and defend our flag. So how special it is that today we also honor the 248th birthday of the United States Army. Since their founding, the Army has played a major role in supporting and defending our country, our flag, and our ideals. As an Army dad, today is very special to me. Mr. Speaker, let us all take an extra moment to reflect on the importance of our flag and the Army for making America the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, in 2009, Flight 3407 crashed in Clarence, New York, killing everyone on board and one person on the ground. The 2010 FAA reauthorization bill took bold bipartisan action to address the flight safety issues that caused this tragic crash. This included the 1,500-hour pilot training rule, which significantly increased the number of required flight training hours from just 250 to 1,500 hours. Since then, Since then, commercial aviation fatalities have decreased by 99.8%. The new FAA reauthorization legislation introduced last week includes a provision allowing an additional 150 hours of the 1,500-hour rule standard to be completed in a simulator. We oppose this change, where it veers off the course from the reforms we fought so hard for. We cannot falter on safety standards that this body of Congress has fought alongside the Flight 3407 families to achieve. I ask my colleagues to join me in calling for this provision to be removed from the bill in its entirety. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Biden and liberal Democrats are trying to ban gas cooking appliances as part of their Green New Deal. This subverts legitimate environmental concerns by giving up all of your money by way of taxes and all of your freedom with the promise that there would be catastrophe avoided in 50 years, but actually it would be dependency on China. This manufactured mandate would negatively affect 40% of American families. High electricity bills and costly new appliances would force 178 million Americans to switch from gas to electricity, as families would spend an extra 23 hours a year waiting for water to boil, lose $1,000 annually, emit over 22% more carbon dioxide. House Republicans are promoting families by introducing Congresswoman Debbie Lesko's-led Save Our Gas Stoves Act and Congressman Kelly Armstrong-led Gas Stoves Protection Freedom Act. Happy birthday, U.S. Army. Happy birthday, Donald Trump. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with open borders by President Biden. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, go Knights go. This is a great morning in Las Vegas as we celebrate the first ever Stanley Cup in Nevada. Our champions, the Las Vegas Golden Knights, have truly entered their golden age. Madam Speaker, our Knights played 82 games this season and won 51, their best season in franchise history. In their 6 years, they have blazed into NHL history and energized their fans in Nevada and across the nation. I want to especially recognize team captain Mark Stone and head coach Bruce Cassidy, who celebrate 1 year on the job today. Of course, congratulations go to the MVP and winner of the Conn Smythe Trophy, an original Golden Knight, Jonathan Marchessault. Madam Speaker, Nevadans are beaming with pride over our Stanley Cup champions today. I know that that will be with us for the weeks and months and years to come. I look forward to getting back to the district and celebrating our NHL champions. Go Knights, go.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Securities and Exchange Commission, not the Social and Environmental Commission, has proposed a rule that would require small farmers in America who sell their products to the public at large and to large public companies to potentially have to calculate and report their total climate-related risk, including their emissions. This proposed rule would upend the entire agricultural economy and impose a tremendous added cost to farmers who put food on our tables and subsequently to all of us who eat that food. Congress never gave the Securities and Exchange Commission the authority to enact regulations regarding the environment or climate. But the Biden administration has been adamant about carrying out their progressive agenda nevertheless. That's why we're working to put an end to out-of-control government and Washington bureaucrats by passing the REINS Act. I urge all members to join me in voting yes on this legislation so that Congress can go back to being the necessary check on these rogue officials, just like our founders intended. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to honor the life of Otto Frederick Warmbier, who died at the hands of the North Korean regime 6 years ago on June 19, 2017. Otto was a dedicated young man. He was a salutatorian of his high school and attended University of Virginia. He was imprisoned and tortured by the brutal North Korean regime during a school tour. He died just a few days after his release. Otto experienced what no human being should ever have to go through. While he's no longer with us, his family carries on his legacy with their advocacy and strength. As a proud Korean American and as chairwoman of the Indo-Pacific Subcommittee, I will always be a loud voice for global human rights and hold violators accountable. We remember and honor Otto always. 우리는 어로를 영원히 기억할 것입니다. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today because we are witnessing yet another attack on the Constitution by President Biden. As of June 1st, due to the reclassification of firearms attached with stabilizing braces, millions of law-abiding Americans are at risk of prosecution by the federal government at a time in which trust in the justice system is at an all-time low. There is no evidence that this rule would make Americans safer. In fact, it makes it more difficult to obtain a safety attachment, putting more lives at risk. Historically, stabilizing braces were designed for disabled veterans, allowing them to safely participate in recreational shooting. This is not just a threat to our rights, but a direct attack on our veterans who have selflessly put their lives on the line to protect this great country. We have seen time and time again, first they come for your guns, and then they come for everything else. I'm proud to have co-sponsored this legislation to defend our God-given rights. Under President Biden, federal agencies such as the ATF have acted as lawmakers through the introduction of new rules and regulations. Madam Speaker, it's time to rein in the President and bring the lawmaking back to the People's House. I urge all my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation. The future of America depends on you. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to call attention to the concerning rise of anti-Semitism that is proliferating nationwide. Last weekend in Plainview, New York, my constituents were subject to the intimidation of the Goyim Defense League, aka the GDL, a growing hate organization that propagates anti-Semitic rhetoric. It pains me to report that the henchmen of the DGL descended on my district and distributed flyers that featured anti-Jewish propaganda images of the Star of David drawn onto the heads of federal lawmakers. As a congressman for Plainview, I'm speechless and appalled. For me, this is a sobering reminder that even in 2023, anti-Semitic incidents like this happen every day across the country. It is critical that this body continues to support and stand with the Jewish community in Israel. I hope my colleagues can join me in the fight against anti-Semitism, and I send a clear message that anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in the United States of America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, when Winter Storm Elliott hit my district in western New York over Christmas, causing blackouts and tragically taking the lives of over 40 people, many of my constituents had to rely on their gas stoves for heating sources. Soon, if left unchecked, access to this safe and reliable natural gas energy will be cut off by the Biden administration so that they can make their dreams of implementing the Green New Deal a reality. This isn't just an empty threat. Governor Kathy Hochul and New York Democrats already passed a statewide ban on natural gas hookups in new residential and commercial buildings. Heating bills in New York rose by 30% this past winter, and they'll continue to climb if we allow the Biden administration to further regulate Americans out of affordable energy. I urge my colleagues in the House and the Senate to tell the unelected bureaucrats in the Biden administration that we won't stand idly by silently while they take away our gas stoves. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the proceedings during the former members program be printed in the congressional record and that all members and former members who spoke during the proceedings have the privilege of revising and extending their remarks.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be removed as the co-sponsor of H.R. 1761.
The request is granted.
Thank you. Thank you.
To House Resolution 495 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 277. Will the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, kindly resume the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the future consideration of H.R. 277, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code to provide that major rules of the executive branch shall have no force or effect unless a joint resolution of approval is enacted into law.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Tuesday, June 13, 2023, all time for general debate pursuant to the House Resolution 495 had expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rule Committee Print 118-6 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. Each such further amendment may be offered only in order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debated for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and the opponent, shall not be subject to the amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed on Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of Amendment Number 1 as it revises the Comptroller General's Congressional Review Report to include an estimate of the effect on inflation. Without my amendment, the real-life consequences of Joe Biden's spending spree in the White House will not be taken into account by Congress as they perform their Article 1 duties. This will provide transparency for the administration to answer to the people's House. The GOP majority has been empowered to hold the Biden administration accountable and demand transparency by revealing just how much Biden's executive orders are costing American families and small businesses. Coloradans are struggling right now as they deal with the disastrous effects of Joe Biden's destructive economic policies. The policies passed last Congress unleashed record inflation on Americans that has decimated our bank and retirement accounts, increased gas prices to record levels, raised utility bills, drove up grocery costs, and it made it harder for Americans to live their life as they intended. This excessive spending has real consequences. American families will pay an $8,581 inflation tax over the next year. Currently, 20 million Americans cannot pay their electric bill. We have seen a 4.3% decline in real wages since Biden took office. Americans have lost more than $2 trillion in retirement savings. Americans are paying more for everything because of left-wing extremist policies. My amendment will allow House Republicans to conduct important oversight over these expensive executive regulations to ensure Joe Biden cannot continue to issue rules that send America into a deeper inflation crisis. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment as well as the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York wish to seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment requires the Comptroller General to include an estimate of a rule's effect on inflation in the Congressional Review Report. I oppose this amendment because it requires an estimate of a rule's effect on inflation, which would require the Comptroller General to speculate, based on limited evidence, how rules that likely have little to do with the economy would affect inflation. The GAO has already reported to Congress that they would be unable to assess a rule's impact on the economy with the limited information available. And in any case, the 15 days provided for major rule reports do not allow for the GAO to make a determination on a rule's effect, even if they had the necessary information. Adding more requirements for various officials to estimate a rule's effect on the economy when they lack the necessary time and information to provide a concrete answer will not heighten the efficacy of this bill, but will rather create more unnecessary estimates for Congress to weigh in their review of agency rules. In addition, the Nonpartisan Congressional Research Service has previously noted that estimating the total cost of regulations is inherently difficult and that such estimates of the cost of regulation should be viewed with a great deal of caution. Like the OMB, CRS has noted that there are significant methodological challenges to estimating and aggregating the total costs and benefits of rules. I oppose this amendment because it focuses only on the cost of regulatory protections while completely ignoring the monetary benefits of those critical rules, and because it asks the Comptroller General to do what is impossible to do. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's perfectly reasonable to have a report that looks into the spending that has been taking place for the past 2 years and beyond. But this inflation is impacting millions of Americans across our nation. As I stated, American families will pay $8,500 and $581 in an inflation tax. We should be looking into the impacts of the spending that is taking place in Washington, D.C. Even if it is an estimate, we need to have an idea on how this is impacting families and why we currently have 20 million families that cannot afford their utility bills, why we've seen this 4.3% decline in real wages since Biden took office. I would like to see that report. And again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Amendment 1. And Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, it's very nice to say that
we should examine the inflation that has occurred and the spending that has occurred, but that's not what the amendment calls for. The amendment requires the Comptroller General to include an estimate of a rule's effect, a rule that presumably hasn't yet been issued, on inflation in the Congressional Review Report. Now, I stated before why it's impossible to do that, why the CRS and the OMB say that there are significant methodological challenges to estimating and aggregating the total cost and benefits of rules. But and therefore we shouldn't be asking the impossible, and it certainly has nothing to do with looking at prior expenditures or prior borrowing. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require the Comptroller General to publish the GOA study of rules on its website. My simple, straightforward amendment ensures that the American people will be better informed of the regulations unelected bureaucrats are imposing on them, costing as much as $2 trillion in compliance costs and economic losses. During the first year of this administration, the Biden White House added more than $200 billion in new regulatory costs. Without my amendment, the real-life consequences of Joe Biden's left-wing agenda will not be seen by those impacted most. This will provide transparency for the administration to answer to the American people. While the federal government continues to spend trillions of dollars it doesn't have, inflation has hit a 40-year high, and everything we buy, including food, gasoline, and so much more, costs more. Instead of addressing these major economic concerns head-on, the Democrat solution is to keep imposing unnecessary regulations and spending money we do not have. The GOP majority has been empowered to hold this administration accountable and demand transparency by revealing just how much these regulations are costing American families and small businesses. Unnecessary government regulations and excessive red tape impose crushing economic burdens on the people in my district and across our great country. Since Joe Biden took office, his administration and unchecked bureaucrats are going full steam ahead on enacting a radical left-wing agenda throughout unilateral executive action. House Republicans should be working to cut wasteful spending, get to the bottom of fraudulent payments made by the federal government, support American energy production, and oppose tax increases proposed by the Democrats. Economic strength and job growth result from policies that unshackle job creators, allow American ingenuity, and provide certainty. My amendment ensures the legislative branch and the American people can provide proper oversight and no longer allow this administration to go unchecked. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment as well as the underlying bill. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose? Does any member seek time? The gentlewoman from Colorado.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Mr. Chair, I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require Comptroller General's Congressional Review Report to be made available on the Congressional Committees of Jurisdiction. This simple good governance amendment allows Congress to take back its Article 1 authority in our system of checks and balances. This will provide transparency for the administration to carry out its congressionally authorized duty. By requiring the administration to submit its plan to the People's House, we can provide important oversight and provide feedback. It's time for the legislative branch to actually do its job rather than ceding all the power to the White House and bureaucrats. Our founders were determined to create a government whose branches work together. By requiring the Comptroller General to submit the Congressional Review Report to the Congressional Committees of Jurisdiction of the rule, we will allow members who know these issues best to examine the real-life impacts of these executive regulations. Congress needs to take back its power and advocate for the American people we represent. My amendment will ensure these voices do not go unheard. Hold this administration accountable and ensure Biden's streak of unchecked power comes to an end. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment as well as the underlying bill. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Does anyone seek recognition? If not, the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Where's he from? In order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my amendment is needed to lower the economic threshold of the REINS Act to $50 million, requiring congressional approval to go into effect. That will lead to more votes in this body, and that's what we do. We're members of Congress. That's what we do as representatives of Congress, and I would rather vote more often than have unelected, unaccountable partisan agency heads writing rules that we treat as law. The Biden administration has abused executive authority by growing the administrative state. These abuses add up, and estimates indicate that the Biden administration has proposed more than $1 trillion in rulemaking proposals in 2022 alone. That's $1 trillion without a single vote of anybody in this body. My amendment will fix that. Actions this large, like student loan forgiveness, food stamp increases that nearly double in cost to Americans every 4 years, which even outpaces inflation. For every one of these overreaches, there are more smaller proposals that we never notice. I don't know if you realize that ketchup is regulated. Breads, buns, cheese, Asiago cheese versus old Asiago cheese. Yeah, that's what gets regulated by our government. There's virtually nothing that is untouched in regulation by this government. With that, I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I noted in our debate on REINS last night, The REINS Act is aimed at undermining and frustrating the purpose of government by grinding federal rulemaking to a halt. By lowering the threshold of this dangerous bill from $100 million to $50 million, this amendment would make the REINS Act even more destructive. I accordingly oppose this amendment for the same reasons I oppose the REINS Act writ large. By requiring Congress to vote to approve and for the President to sign a resolution of approval for any major rule from the executive branch, we will be putting our constituents in harm's way. Just last week, we saw how a small faction of far-right Republicans can hold the legislative process in the House hostage, all to make a point to the Speaker. I oppose this amendment and the efforts of the majority to make the functions of government more political and subject to the whims of individual members of Congress. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Is the gentleman prepared to close? Okay. Then I'm going to reserve and let him go first.
Yes. From Arizona is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserve. Gentleman from New York has the right to close.
Okay. Because he's in opposition, that's right.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. How much time do I have left? How fast?
3.5 minutes.
It's like all day, right? Yeah. So when we start looking at the regulatory environment, and you start talking about $1 trillion worth of regulation being piled up by the Biden administration, $1 trillion, you wonder why there's a persistence in inflation. That is one of the reasons. But I want to talk about something that my colleague said just a moment ago. He said, if you constrain the bureaucracy from making rules, somehow you are thwarting the purpose of government. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you what the purpose of government is. The purpose of government is to protect the rights and liberty of the American citizen. It is when you delegate from this body, who are elected by the people we represent, when you delegate to executive agencies and you give them carte blanche, which is basically what we do. We rarely even do a CRA. You are undermining that liberty, that freedom. That is one of the most insidious problems of this runaway regulatory bureaucracy that we have today. My amendment simply says, if you're going to impact the United States of America economy by more than $50 million, we, the people's representatives, should be okaying that regulation that ostensibly is going to be made and produced by people who are experts. Well, then let the people's representatives adjudicate through a vote whether we agree with the so-called experts. And then we'll be the ones who are held accountable, and we're the ones who should be held accountable. I urge everyone to vote for my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the central fallacy of the REINS Act I noted last night, the central fallacy of the REINS Act is that Congress can possibly legislate on all the things, on all the regulations that we have. There are thousands of regulations, and there must be for the safety of our people. How many parts per billion of arsenic in the atmosphere is safe? Is it 15? Is it 20? Is it 200? No one in this body has the expertise to say that, but there are experts in the agencies who are trained to do that. How much exposure to radiation from X-rays is safe for an individual? We are not competent to do that, to decide that. That's why Congress has delegated, over the years, these decisions to agencies to make on our behalf. We write the general law, and we delegate the general power to decide these specific questions, and they do. The central fallacy of the REINS Act is that it would make us try to make decisions on all of this. That's bad enough. The REINS Act now says you have to have Congress vote on every decision over $100 million. That's bad enough. This amendment would make it over $50 million, makes it even worse. So I oppose this amendment as I oppose the act. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is, for what purpose does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today on behalf of Mr. Cloud of Texas to offer Amendment Number 5 to H.R. 277, the REINS Act.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagen, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of the REINS Act, which is an important effort to ensure Congress reclaims its rightful authority and responsibility to legislate. This amendment is technical in nature, but it is important nonetheless. In April of this year, the Biden administration issued an executive order on modernizing the regulatory review. The purpose of this executive order is to allow the administration to implement their agenda more quickly and efficiently. The executive order also raises the threshold for centralized review by the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, or OIRA, from $150 million to $200 million. The order also gives the administrator of OIRA a discretionary role in determining which regulations are considered for full OIRA review. OIRA serves as a responsible check on major regulations, reviewing the costs and benefits of each regulation and ensuring that all public comments have been reviewed and considered before the regulation goes into effect. OIRA, in other words, is a check on due diligence. This order will mean that fewer rules are reviewed by OIRA and thus less due diligence will be conducted over the administrative state. So long as this executive order stands, a loophole will exist in the REINS Act. Fewer rules would be classified as major and consequently would not be subject to congressional approval under the REINS Act. My amendment would close this loophole by clarifying that OIRA must issue a finding of the full cost-benefit analysis of each rule and issue a determination as major or minor according to that finding. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield back and reserve my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Does the gentlewoman reserve?
Reserves.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
For 5
Chairman.
minutes.
What? Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Nonpartisan Congressional Research Service has previously noted that estimating the total cost of regulations is inherently difficult and that such estimates of the cost of regulation should be viewed with a great deal of caution. Like the OMB, CRS has noted that there are significant methodological challenges to estimating and aggregating the total costs and benefits of rules. I rise in opposition to this amendment as it requires the OMB to make a specific determination of a rule's impact, when they already say it's difficult to make an estimate of the impact. This amendment requires the OMB to do the impossible, to make a specific finding when OMB and CRS already said that even estimates are very difficult and inherently unreliable. To request a finding is to request the impossible, and therefore I oppose this amendment. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, I think that my colleague on the other side of the aisle just confirmed why this amendment is necessary and why the REINS Act is so important. What I believe I heard him say is that because it's difficult for the administration to determine what the cost of these regulations are, they shouldn't have to make any determination at all. And there should be no oversight whatsoever, either from OIRA or OMB, because it's just too doggone difficult to figure out how much these regulations are going to cost. Frankly, I find that argument absolutely and completely absurd. We're talking about tax money. We're talking about a cost and expense that is being imposed against our small businesses, our mom and pop businesses, against our industry groups. And what the gentleman from the other side is saying is that nobody, including this administration, should ever have to disclose what the cost of those regulations are. That is exactly the reason as to why we need a robust review by OIRA as provided for in this amendment. And I reserve my additional time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman reserves.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Yes, I do think that it's clear that it is important to make this technical change for the REINS Act. It is important that we have an understanding as to what the cost of these regulations will be. The very purpose of the REINS Act is to ensure that Congress is part of the legislative process for any regulation that would have an economic impact of over $100 million. Without a robust review by OIRA, it's not possible to determine which of these regulations, in fact, would fit within that category. It's for that reason that I request the adoption of this amendment. It is a good one for the REINS Act, and it ensures that we close an important loophole to make sure that it is the Congress that is legislating and not the executive branch and unelected bureaucrats. With that, I yield.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've expressed my opposition to the entire REINS Act because, as I said before, we are not competent. Congress cannot possibly decide how many parts per billion of arsenic is safe in the air for people to breathe, or how many rads of radiation it is safe to have in X-rays before it causes cancer. We don't know that. That is why we write general laws, and we have written in those laws, we have delegated the power to make specific rules to agencies who are staffed by thousands of experts in each particular field. That's why the REINS Act is so pernicious, because it would stop this. It would make us make those decisions, and we have no competence to make those decisions. The REINS Act is bad enough, but this amendment, which says that the OIRA must issue a finding for each rule determining whether the rule has a significant economic impact, given that OMB and CRS have both said that it is very difficult to make even estimates, you can't make a finding. A finding implies exactitude. Given the fact that even the estimates are very difficult and unreliable, a finding is impossible. An amendment should not require that someone do the impossible, and therefore I oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise as the designee for Mr. Clyde from Georgia.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of Mr. Clyde's amendment to the REINS Act. This amendment simply says that if requested in writing by a member, the Comptroller General shall make a determination whether an agency action qualifies as a rule for purposes of this chapter and shall submit to Congress this determination not later than 60 days after the date of the request. It further states that the Comptroller General Comptroller General, in consultation with the Director of the Congressional Budget Office, shall make a determination whether a rule is considered a major rule under the provisions of this act and shall submit to Congress this determination not later than 90 days after the date of the request, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? The gentleman from Virginia.
I yield back, sir.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Tony Gonzalez of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment. This amendment is simple. Anytime a federal agency proposes a new rule, it must also submit a constitutional authority statement. This would force any administration to remain in compliance with the most sacred document in the American government, the U.S. Constitution. Congress follows this simple principle every time a new bill is submitted. The White House should be held to the same standard. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 8, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment to the REINS Act.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is a common sense one that I would hope that everyone could support. It would simply require Congress to do a review of all agency rules within a 5-year period. If Congress did not vote to continue certain rules that are in place, then the rules would simply cease to exist. It puts the responsibility where it belongs on the people's elected representatives. The Washington regulatory state, we all know to be cumbersome. It's actually hurtful to the American businesses, families, and the American economy. By reigning in the regulatory state, we can allow Americans to live and operate in the economy the way they want to. Washington bureaucrats cannot, should not tell my constituents in Virginia's 5th District what they can and cannot do. The REINS Act will hold the Biden administration accountable for all major rules they present. For far too long, Congress has let the executive branch run roughshod over Congress and the American people. Today, that ends. I urge all of my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
5 minutes. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is unnecessary. Congress already has many ways to control agency rulemaking. We can delegate authority to agencies with specificity, thus limiting the scope of an agency's authority. We can impose restrictions on rulemaking through appropriations. We can influence rulemaking through oversight activities. And if all these measures fail, we also have the blunt tool of the Congressional Review Act. Therefore, we do not need the oversight the REINS Act offers, but we also do not need to open the door to revising rules that have been in place for years. Doing so would create uncertainty for businesses who have adapted to rules that were passed years ago and continue in force. The current Congressional Review Act only allows Congress to roll back rules within a short time period. The CRA was drafted with a short period of review intentionally, and to open the door to reviewing years of rules would be a huge expansion of the CRA, and it would create too much uncertainty for businesses and for all other economic actors. For these reasons, I oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's bad enough that we have unelected bureaucrats in the departments and the agencies making rules that oppress the American people, that suppress their freedom, that tell them how they can live, how they can heat their home, what kind of a car they can drive, and it goes on and on. And all this amendment does is require Congress to take responsibility every 5 years to vote to retain a rule. If it's not worth voting on to retain, then it probably should not be retained. So I urge everyone to support this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Prepared to close also.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Once again, I would hope that all members of Congress could agree to operate under their constitutional responsibility for the laws that affect their constituents and Americans across the country, and I encourage all members to support this amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman said that rules tell Americans what kind of cars they can drive. No, they do not. They do provide for the safety of the cars that Americans drive. They provide for all the safety mechanisms that must be in the cars. And again, Congress does not have the competence to know what safety mechanisms ought to be in the cars. That's why we have delegated rulemaking authority to agencies which have experts on how many parts, I keep using this example, how many parts per billion of arsenic can be in the air, what safety measures must be in a car, et cetera, et cetera. The RAINS Act violates this and is very dangerous to the American people. This amendment makes it even worse by essentially saying every rule has to be reviewed in 5 years by Congress. Congress can't possibly review all these rules. Therefore, this amendment will make Americans even less safe in many ways, and I oppose the amendment. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise in support, Mr. Speaker, of my amendment to the RAINS Act.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the RAINS Act is a very important piece of legislation for us to pass to rein in the unaccountable bureaucratic state that, yes, is telling Americans what kind of cars they can drive, and much more than that, as we know, with the regulations and the rules that are coming out of the unelected bureaucratic state. But rules like the VA abortion rule that was recently put in place by the Biden administration would unfortunately not qualify as a major rule under the RAINS Act. So my amendment would make any agency rule that increases access to abortion subject to congressional review. I'm proud of this amendment because it's the first standalone pro-life amendment vote the House will take this year. My amendment will counter the radical pro-death agenda the Biden administration promotes throughout their entire administration. The RAINS Act will significantly restore appropriate and constitutional congressional oversight for the out-of-control bureaucracy. It's a step towards ending the Washington knows best attitude that too often prevails in this town. It's a step towards freedom and less government oppression for all Americans. It's a step towards fiscal responsibility. But in addition to the underlying bill, I urge all of my colleagues to support my pro-life amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we have a very, very clear difference of perspective here. The gentleman talks about the right to life. I talk about the right to freedom. The right to reproductive freedom is a core human right that is protected by our Constitution. The majority of the work our agencies do has little to do with the private decisions women make with the consultation of their doctors. But in an effort to continue the culture wars, my colleagues have added this purposefully politicized amendment to signal that they, contrary to their supposed beliefs, do think that big government is good, and that big government's reach extends to a woman's private decisions about what to do with her body. All the rhetoric about the REINS Act is that big government is bad. We should have less government. That's all the rhetoric of the Republican Party generally. And yet here, they're saying that government should reach into the private decisions of a woman with respect to her own body, made in consultation with her doctor and perhaps with her husband or whoever, but it's up to her. And government should determine her decision for her. I oppose this amendment and the Republicans' crusade to create more laws about what we can do with our bodies and our reproductive decisions, because government should not be in the business of dictating private decisions to private people. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's refreshing to hear for the first time, I think, since I came to Congress 2.5 years ago, that my friends on the other side actually care about the freedoms of Americans as they continue to try to control every aspect of Americans' lives. And yet the other side used to be the party of safe, legal, and rare when it came to abortion. And while I am unashamedly, unapologetically a believer in life from conception, I don't believe we ought to negotiating the timeline when it comes to when you can kill a child in the womb. However, the other side has become the party of abortion at any time, for any reason, up until the moment of birth, or I would challenge my friends on the other side to tell us when they actually would restrict abortion. And yet, the Republican Party should be proudly the party of life. And the Supreme Court, which recently ruled about a year ago now, overturning the Roe v. Wade and the Dobbs decision, returned the responsibility on abortion to the people's representatives. And so it ought to be up to Congress to vote to approve any agency rule that increases access to abortion. And that's what this amendment does, and I urge everyone to support this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
And I'm prepared to close also.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, the Republican Party claims to be the party of freedom, but not when it comes to women and the decisions they make with respect to their own bodies. Then it's the party of government repression and dictation. You cannot do what you decide to do. You cannot do what you think is best. You must do what the government thinks is best, namely not have an abortion. I proudly support the right to abortion. I believe abortion should be safe and legal. Whether it's rare is up to the individuals. But it is a personal freedom. The Democratic Party supports personal freedom, unlike the Republican Party, which, though claiming to support personal freedom, seeks to repress it. A party that says you cannot decide what to do with your own body. A party that says you cannot read what we don't want you to read. A party that says, let's ban books, let's ban plays, let's take them out of the school libraries, let's take them out of the public libraries. Some freedom. I oppose this amendment. It is another example of the Republican Party's attempt to suppress freedom, and it must not pass. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment
Mr.
is
Chairman?
agreed to. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia is postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 10, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Having an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Green of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also thank the chair and ranking member of the full committee that has jurisdiction of these issues. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak on this amendment. This amendment delays the implementation of legislation by 1 year and requires that a study be conducted in time by GAO on the effects of implementation. We are making drastic changes, and drastic changes ought not be made rapidly. We ought to give ourselves the time to study these things so that we can make prudent and judicious decisions. A GAO study would provide us with a rigorous, unbiased analysis of the likely impacts of the bill. It would examine the economic, regulatory, and administrative implications of this new approval process. It would help us to better understand how the shift might affect industries, consumers especially, the economy, and the government. While the intent to improve regulatory oversight is laudable, we must not rush into this. There should not be this rush to judgment as to the implications without at least giving ourselves an opportunity to examine them. We shouldn't do this without fully appreciating the potential consequences. I believe that this amendment, while simple, it is something that can be of great benefit, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment is simply an attempt to delay implementation of a bill that the Democrats do not support. If the Democrats don't like the bill, they can vote against it. Even if implementation was delayed a year, it is unclear what, if any, value a study could provide. However, during that year, agencies would continue issuing more and more major rules at the cost and the expense of the American public. It's time for Congress to reclaim its constitutional role as the body that makes policy in this country. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Woman reserves. Mr. Green from Texas.
It is my belief that moving with measured steps is not a delay. It is a judicious means by which we can ascertain whether this change, this drastic change, one might say radical change, will produce radical, unacceptable results. I think the amendment should be supported, and I would ask my colleagues to do so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. This gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Yes, I just have a couple of points to make. One is that the REINS Act has enjoyed long-standing bipartisan support. In fact, the House passed prior versions of the REINS Act with bipartisan support in each of the 115th, 114th, 113th, and 112th Congresses. In other words, this is an act that has been studied and discussed extensively over the years, and there's no reason for a one-year delay in its implementation once the bill passes. Thank you, and I reserve.
Does the gentlewoman from Wyoming have the only time remaining?
Okay, I will yield.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 11, printed in Part A of the House Report 111-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Madam Speaker.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Green of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the goal of this amendment is not to undermine the power of congressional oversight, but rather it is to protect the functionality of government. By providing a time-bound framework, we ensure the important regulatory decisions are not left in indefinite limbo. And that is exactly what can happen without the benefit of this amendment. And that's due to legislative inertia. Madam Chair, the framers of our Constitution designed a government that balances power between the branches. This amendment respects that design by allowing for robust legislative review while also ensuring that the executive branch can effectively administer and enforce our laws. However, let me be clear, while this amendment aims to improve the proposed bill, I still remain fundamentally opposed to it because I believe that the drastic changes that will take place will not serve to benefit our legislative process. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. For what purpose the gentlelady from Wyoming seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment undermines the very purpose of the REINS Act. The REINS Act rejects a standard of legislative disapproval concerning major rules. Instead, the REINS Act creates a standard of legislative approval for major rules. The fact is that in listening to my colleagues on the other side, it's very clear that they simply do not want to legislate. They want to turn over that authority to the executive branch in violation of Article 1, Section 1 of the United States Constitution. We don't believe in doing that. The fact is that the administrative state has enacted unpopular and unwise regulations that could never pass Congress. And that is why President Biden and his predecessors have sought to legislate through regulation versus our constitutional process. If Congress does not approve a major rule, it should not go into effect. This amendment would leave the status quo in place, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Wyoming reserve. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Madam Chair, this amendment is not designed to delay, but rather designed to give us the opportunity to move forward expeditiously. In fact, that's what has been the argument of the other side, that we should move expeditiously. If expeditious movement is the choice of the other side, then they should support this because it forces us to take that necessary action as opposed to get engaged in what has been called the paralysis of analysis. This is a great opportunity for us to link arms, join hands, and cause this legislation to move quickly. I think that this is what you want, is what I want, and it's what we can produce. I yield.
Gentleman Gilles.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Again, this is just one more effort to try to undermine the very purpose of the REINS Act and make it so that it would not work as it is intended to work. It is this body's responsibility to legislate, not the executive branch, and not unelected bureaucrats, and not administrative agencies. We are the ones that represent the people of this country and are accountable to them through the decisions that we make. I urge the opposition to this amendment as it would undermine the very purpose of the REINS Act and is unnecessary. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yield. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 12, printed in Part A of House Report 111, 118, 108. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of my amendment, which would simply require Congress to approve by vote any regulation with an economic impact over $1 billion rather than $100 million as the current underlying bill is written. Congress does have a responsibility to ensure that federal dollars are spent appropriately with congressional intent and oversight in mind. Yet all of us in this chamber know just how challenging it can be to come to a consensus despite all of our best efforts, let alone to find the time and space on the calendar to do so. Requiring a vote in both the House and the Senate on any regulation with a price tag of $100 million will put in jeopardy consumer protection, healthcare access, and environmental safety. We simply cannot afford in good faith to have this threshold this low. The American people cannot afford for the implementation of these items to be stalled. The rulemaking process is designed to implement laws that have already passed Congress. But the laws that we write and the dollars we spend do, of course, have tangible impacts, which is why this amendment, my amendment, would ensure that only the rules that are over $1 billion would see a vote. As a point of reference, during the Trump administration, only 26 out of 1,327 rules had a price tag of over $1 billion. Again, less than 2% of the Trump administration's 1,300 rules would therefore require a vote under the new threshold. To therefore drill down on the math, that would mean less than 30 votes rather than 1,321 votes. A little bit of back-of-the-envelope math for us. We here in the House are in session between 27 and 30 weeks a year. Generously, I would say we do 20 votes a week, which is generously around 600 votes a year, not nearly close to the 1,321 votes that we would have had to have taken under the Trump administration. Again, I cannot stress enough that regulations do have an impact on real people and American lives. They do ensure aircraft safety, food quality, and they do prevent hazardous materials from entering our air and water. And as a consequence, and because of that, we cannot take unnecessary risks by delaying these kinds of quantity of votes. So for all of these reasons, I do urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to please vote yes on this, my common sense amendment, and with that, I yield back my time. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserve. For what reason the gentlewoman from Wyoming seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
I think that this amendment perhaps defines the incredible contrast between this side of the aisle and the folks on the other side of the aisle. I believe that $100 million is an astronomical amount of money, and they don't see that it's all that much. And I don't believe that unelected bureaucrats and agencies ought to be making decisions that have impacts on our businesses of over $100 million without any legislative oversight, and they think that $1 billion is pretty low. I think that that really epitomizes the difference in our philosophy and how we view government and how we view our responsibilities. Under no circumstance should unelected bureaucrats and agencies be imposing hidden taxes against the people of this country without the accountability of the legislative branch being involved in the decision. I believe $100 million is too high. $1 billion is absolutely absurd. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming reserve.
I would like to yield a minute of my time to Representative Nadler.
gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Chairwoman, while the estimate of the economic impact of any rule by the GAO would be highly speculative and should be considered with caution, as the GAO itself said, this rule would at least lessen the harm that this dangerous bill would effect. Although this amendment does not cure the ills of the RAINS Act, the amendment would at least reduce the number of rules RAINS would apply to. Therefore, I support the amendment, and I yield back to the gentlelady.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserve. Gentlewoman from Wyoming.
I'm ready to close.
Gentlewoman reserve. This time, gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I cannot stress enough that regulations do, of course, have an impact on real American people and real American lives. Once again, I will emphasize that they ensure aircraft safety, food quality, and prevent hazardous materials from entering our air and our water. We really cannot take unnecessary risks. If there's one thing the last several months have taught us about this body and the way that we move, is that we cannot move with expedience, and we definitely take an enormous amount of time to vote on any one piece of legislation. And the idea that we would be standing here week after week, month after month, voting on thousands of bills in this way is really a demonstration of the fact that we don't simply understand how this body works. So for that reason, I very much urge my colleagues to vote yes on this common sense amendment, and I yield.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania yields back. Gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Again, I'm going to say I think that this is clearly an effort to abdicate our responsibilities to legislate. And as far as protecting our air and water, I'd like to point out that the EPA is responsible for one of the worst environmental disasters in the history of the United States of America when it blew out the Gold King mine and turned the Animas River yellow several years ago in southwestern Colorado. So while they want to turn over the responsibility of governing in this country to unelected bureaucrats and agencies that cause those kinds of disasters, I'm unwilling to do so. I believe that this body ought to be accountable to the people and be making the decisions that have an economic impact of $100 million on their lives. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming yields. The questions of an amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those that are opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I would like to ask for a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment number 13, printed in Part A of House Report 108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Joyce of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chairs recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and may I say you look lovely today. I rise today to offer an amendment to H.R. 277, the RAINS Act. My amendment would insert a key provision included in my legislation, the Liberty Act, to ensure that economically significant guidance documents are subject to public notice and comment periods as in much-needed congressional oversight. While agency rules and regulations are subject to congressional oversight, guidance documents are not. As a result, the President can use guidance documents to sidestep congressional review and prevent Americans from weighing in on decisions made by their government. Guidance documents were never intended to be used by presidents to unilaterally enact their agenda. But today, that is precisely what we are seeing. For example, President Biden has attempted to use guidance documents to implement his $450 billion student loan bailout, Medicaid expansion, and to make it easier to deny future natural gas pipelines. As a result, it has become clear that Congress must exert its authority to ensure that guidance documents cannot be used without any review or accountability. My amendment will guarantee just that. But the principle underpinning this amendment is simple, that our government was founded by the people, for the people, and the duly elected representatives must be able to hold the executive branch to account. No matter which party holds the White House, No president, Republican or Democrat, should be able to implement their agenda without first giving the American people the opportunity to weigh in on their agenda. That is why I ask that you support this amendment to strengthen the REINS Act and to provide Washington with a much-needed dose of transparency and accountability to the American people. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserve. For what reason, the gentleman from New York seeks recognition.
Madam Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Mr. Nadler from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this amendment amends the definition of rule to include interpretive rules, general statements of policy, and all other guidance documents. But guidance documents from agencies are not given the force of law in court. Expanding this bill to also require any guidance the agency gives to businesses about how the rules will be enforced is a gross expansion of the Congressional Review Act and would ensure that agencies provide less guidance for business, thus creating more uncertainty. More uncertainty in business stifles business. You want to know the environment you're operating in if you're a business person. This amendment is an overstep that would stifle further the work of our agencies and would make it much more difficult to conduct business in this country. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserve. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the ranking member for his reply, and I appreciate his concern. I would simply say this. All of us, regardless of our political affiliation, should be invested in reining in the power of the executive and holding the president accountable to the people. That is not happening in the status quo, which is why my amendment, the underlying bill, is so important. Guidance documents were never intended to allow bureaucrats to make sweeping decisions without any oversight, but that is what they have become. Economically significant guidance documents, like President Biden's student loan bailout, will have major effects on our country and must be subjected to proper oversight. That is what my amendment aims to achieve, a common sense, good governance reform that keeps the American people in control of their government.
The gentleman from Ohio reserve, yield.
Yield.
Gentleman from Ohio yield. The gentleman from New York.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, at the risk of sounding repetitive from what I've said in several other amendments, Congress is not capable of making the judgments, the thousands, millions of judgments on specifics, like how many parts of arsenic per billion in the atmosphere is safe. What should the tolerance of a braking system in the automobile be? How many units of radiation can a person tolerate or is worth risking in an MRI or a CAT scan? That's why Congress has delegated to agencies, which we created, the power to make these decisions, which we are not competent to make. The thousands and thousands of specific decisions on scientific and other questions, mostly scientific questions. The REINS Act is a very bad piece of legislation because it would say that the agencies can't do this, that Congress must do it. And we don't have the capacity, we don't have the time, and we don't have the knowledge. How many people here know how many units of radiation is safe? How many hearings must be conducted for the thousands or even millions of decisions that must be made each year? So the REINS Act is a bad idea. This amendment, in effect, expands the REINS Act to include interpretive rules and general statements of policy, makes it even more impossible. And therefore, it makes a very bad bill worse, and I oppose it and urge its defeat, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the Speaker. Been intrigued to listening to my colleagues with their newfound respect for private business and not wanting to have regulatory interference with private business. Well, here we are talking about the REINS Act, and what we're trying to do is ensure that you can't have unelected bureaucrats making decisions that have massive economic impacts and have major impacts on the lives of the American people. With all due respect to the ranking member from Judiciary, what we're talking about is not saying you're ending what the folks in the administrative state are saying about regulations. What we're saying is that they got to come to Congress if it's going to have a major impact. They got to come demonstrate what it is they're proposing. If they've got some issue involving radiation, if they've got some issue that involves some complexities, come make the case if you're going to have a massive economic impact like $100 million. And here I'm offering an amendment that goes a little bit beyond that. Not just the economic impact, but the impact on our society, the impact on businesses to be able to function, the impact on people to be able to go out and carry out their lives. My amendment that I'm offering here, the number 14, it expands the definition of a major rule in the REINS Act to include any rule that references one of President Biden's major so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion executive orders. This means that Congress would vote up or down on any rule promulgated by the executive branch that pushes radical gender or racial ideologies, regardless of whether it's estimated to carry a fiscal or economic impact. Why? Because the American people are tired of this stuff. They're tired of seeing this radical agenda being promoted by the federal government and pressed upon the private citizens of this country. The executive orders in this amendment are meant to sow division among the American people in pursuit of radical racial and gender ideologies. For example, EO 13985, which is designed to ensure that racial equity and support for underserved communities throughout the federal government. Well, that sounds nice in a title. But the fact is, it's directed every federal agency to conduct equity assessments to determine whether new policies, regulations, or guidance documents may be necessary to advance equity in agency actions and programs. It's effectively made diversity, equity, and inclusion one of the most important factors, including at the Department of Defense. We're not focusing on making sure our Department of Defense can defeat China. We're focusing on making it a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform. I wonder why we're having trouble recruiting people. It's been referenced in CMS rules on health equity that flirt with forcing providers to prioritize health care based on race. There are news articles about this. It has been referenced in EPA and Department of Interior rules that advance so-called environmental justice. Executive Order 13988, preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity on sexual orientation. Again, the title sounds, oh, that must be all nice and good. Well, it led to an HHS proposed rule that could compel hospitals receiving federal funds to perform gender-affirming care, including surgeries. It has been used to justify moves by the VA to provide gender-affirming care to veterans on taxpayer dollars. Or Executive Order 14021, quote, guaranteeing an educational environment free from discrimination on the basis of sex, including sexual orientation or gender identity. Except the problem is, it's discriminating against women, which Riley Gaines all too often knows because she was forced to swim against a dude. And we all know she was forced to swim against a dude. It was referenced in the Department of Education's proposed rule to leverage Title IX to restrict schools' ability to prohibit biological males from competing in girls' sports. Ironically, the rule recognizes schools may need flexibility to issue such a restriction for, quote, fairness in competition or preventing sports-related injury. The fact is, the American people are sick and tired of politicizing our entire culture through the executive actions that are being executed by this president without check from Congress, which we don't believe would have a chance of getting through the people's house. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserve. For right reason, the gentleman from New York seeks recognition.
Madam Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Chair, the REINS Act would already frustrate the point of government by grinding the critical actions of our agencies to a halt. Why Mr. Roy, and I presume the majority generally, feels the need to also include efforts to protect some of the most vulnerable among us is beyond me. America has a long history of discrimination, and efforts to include these historically marginalized groups should be celebrated and supported, not subjected to further scrutiny by Congress just because the majority disagrees with supporting these individuals. May I remind you that we represent all the people, and amendments like this undermine our service to our constituents. And I would ask, why should we tell hospitals not to perform certain medical procedures? If gender-affirming surgery is necessary for the patient, and the doctor says it is, why shouldn't the VA hospital provide such surgery? We do not, I presume, want to say it's because we want to discriminate against transgender people, or we want to discriminate against gay or lesbian people. I hope that's not what we're saying. But that's what this amendment seems to do. So I oppose this amendment because it goes against our notions of equality and our notions of fairness. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserve. Mr. Roy from Texas. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. If my Democratic colleagues support these executive orders so much, if they believe that these are the best things since sliced bread, that we need to have all of these orders that are turning our entire society upside down, that are redefining traditional roles in society that we understand and the difference between man and woman, if they're so excited about those policies, then why are they worried about voting on them? What's the problem? Why must they just be executed by a faceless bureaucrat at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue or in the alphabet soup of the agencies in this town? Why shouldn't this body, the People's House and the Senate, speak? That's all we're talking about in the REINS Act and these amendments. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas
Prepared
reserve.
to close.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Prepared to close. Yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
I yield.
The gentleman from Texas yield back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, rather. The gentleman says, why don't we legislate on some of this? We have. May I remind the gentleman that last year we passed the Respect for Marriage Act, codifying the rights of two men to marry each other or two women to marry each other because we respect freedom. The amendment does not respect freedom. The amendment, by its description, by its sponsor, would say, no, we don't want to do gender-affirming surgery. We don't want to perform surgery that people need because we disapprove of them. That is wrong. The REINS Act is a very bad act for all the reasons I've stated many times already today. I'm not going to repeat them. This amendment would make it worse because diversity, equity, and inclusion executive orders are things to be celebrated, not things to decry. I yield back.
Yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chair.
The amendment is
Madam Chair.
agreed to. Gentleman from New York.
On that, I request a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the Speaker. With respect to what the gentleman was just talking about with the marriage vote last year, regardless of one's belief and vote on the outcome of that policy, the point is Congress voted. And the fact is here, we have rules being promulgated by bureaucrats that the People's House never gets a chance to speak to other than through a Congressional Review Act, which you're only allowed to do in a minimal amount of time. REINS Act actually gives power to the People's House and Article 1 of the Constitution. And I want to do that here on another issue. We would like to expand the definition of major rule to include any rule likely to result in an increase in mandatory vaccinations. This means Congress would vote to approve any rule that promulgated by the executive branch to push mandatory vaccines. Last Congress, remember, we were told we would vote to, we were told to wait for the courts to save the American people from an unconstitutional vaccine. While we fiddled and waited for the courts to catch up, millions of Americans were forced to choose between their job and a jab, and that likely did not need and that didn't stop transmission. On September 29, 2021, President Biden announced vaccine mandates for upwards of 100 million Americans, forcing Americans to choose between their jobs and a jab. On March 11, 2023, Biden finally ended his unconstitutional vaccine mandates at the end of the COVID emergency, frankly, because we were forcing it and forcing the question. The OSHA mandate, which was struck down by the Supreme Court and formally withdrawn on January 28, 2022, a year prior, required all businesses with 100+ employees to either vaccine or test. Why should we wait on the Supreme Court to check the unconstitutional, unlawful, and tyrannical actions by an executive branch that shut down the greatest economy in the history of the world, forcing people to choose between their livelihoods, their ability to make money, their families, their ability to go to school, the ability of a nurse to be able to go in and perform her job in a hospital? We did that. Let's not forget that we did that. We watched Secretary Becerra fumbling yesterday, fumbling in a hearing, unable to answer the question. Can you tell me, sir, whether or not it was any benefit whatsoever for 2-year-old kids to be forced to wear masks, and we had mandates through the Head Start program, and he refused to answer the question in committee because he knew full well he has no good answer to that question. He knows it, and everybody in America knows it. So this is about wresting power away from a bureaucratic state that shut down this economy, harmed the American people, and it should never happen again. That is the point of the REINS Act. It is to wrestle power back from Article 2 in the executive branch, no matter who is there. Look, the Trump administration's hands, unclean. The Biden administration's hands, unclean. This is a nonpartisan statement. The People's House should speak. We should stand up to the tyranny of an executive branch that overstepped its bounds and restricted the freedom and liberties of the American people and harmed them. I reserve.
From Texas Reserve, for what reason? The gentleman from New York seeks recognition.
Madam Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Chair, yet again we have another amendment aimed at dividing us instead of allowing us to serve the people who elected us. Vaccinations help us eradicate terrible diseases like smallpox, polio, measles, mumps, tuberculosis, rubella, and on and on and on. Adding this amendment would not help us govern. It will not help us serve our constituents. Instead, it will just serve to undermine necessary health and safety rules. We here in this chamber cannot know what contagious diseases we may face in the future, and I oppose any amendment that would undermine our ability to protect our constituents. Madam Chair, before I was allowed to go to school, I won't tell you how many years ago that was, I had to be vaccinated for diphtheria, for whooping cough, for the diseases that they then knew had to vaccinate against. Nothing has changed. We have to vaccinate people to prevent diseases and pandemics. The gentleman asked, why should a 2-year-old, well, and the fact of the matter is that people should require to be either vaccinated, especially a nurse who is dealing with patients, who is breathing on those patients. She can transmit the disease. So certainly she should be required to be vaccinated, because the vaccination not only protects her, it protects against transmission of the disease to the next person. And the healthcare worker certainly ought to be required to be vaccinated. And when we have a pandemic like COVID-19 pandemic that we had, 2-year-olds should have been required to wear masks. It would be child abuse for parents not to do that because there was no vaccination available for 2-year-olds. And the only way to protect them against COVID was to have them wear masks. And these mandates are meant to protect the public's health and safety. God willing, we won't have another pandemic such as we had. But in the future, we will be required, I presume, to be vaccinated against major threatening diseases. And that is right. And to expand the major rule to include any increase in mandatory vaccinations is intended to prevent mandatory vaccinations. That is a crime against the public health. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York, reserve. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Well, I'm tempted to yield all my time to the gentleman from New York because he's basically making the case for me more effectively than I can. The gentleman from New York is basically acknowledging everything that I'm sitting here saying that I'm trying to do to protect the American people from the tyrannical state of the executive branch, but in this case, my Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I want everybody in America to understand what they just heard from the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee in the United States House of Representatives. Your 2-year-old should be forced to be masked. That is what the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee just said here on the floor of the House of Representatives, that the power of the government, the full power of the federal government, should be a part of ensuring and forcing your children, your 2-year-old child, to be masked. We heard it yesterday when the Secretary of HHS refused to actually answer that question. So I'm really glad to hear that the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee acknowledges what everybody in America understands, which is that the Democratic Party, led by the President and by my Democratic colleagues in the House and the Senate, are fully comfortable with the power of the government being used to shut down your businesses, force you out of work, unless you take an experimental vaccine that has not been proven to actually do what the gentleman just said, which is with respect to transmissions. More importantly, my father, who's 80 years old, is dealing with the ravages of polio. I firmly understand the importance of vaccines, and I'm proud that my children and I have been able to be protected by those vaccines, fully tested after years of testing. But to say that this politicized vaccine should have been used to shut down the economy and to kill the ability of my constituents to be able to go out about their lives and to force children into the corner wearing masks to get setback years in their education, that is precisely why this amendment matters. It is precisely why we're here reining in the federal government, and it is precisely why this amendment would make this a better piece of legislation, and why I hope my colleagues will support it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, yield back. Gentleman from New York,
Mr. Speaker, why the COVID-19 vaccine should be more politicized than any other vaccine, I don't know. I don't understand that. And it is precisely because, and why it is the COVID-19 vaccine was considered by the gentleman politicized, I don't understand that either. It's just another vaccine. It's another vaccine for a very raging pandemic we just had, and which is hopefully over, although people are still dying of COVID-19. And people should get vaccinated against it if they haven't been vaccinated. But the REINS Act would make it much more difficult to require or even to drop the requirement for vaccination. And this amendment would specifically make it more difficult. And that's ridiculous from a public health point of view. And therefore, I oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York, yield back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Gentleman from New York.
On that, I ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, will be postponed. For what purpose the gentleman from Texas seeks recognition?
Madam Chair, I move that the committee now do rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly to the committee, it rises.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole of the House of the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 277, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 277 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 495 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 277. Will a gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maliotakis, kindly take the chair?
Do I hammer or no hammer? The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 277, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide that major rules of the executive branch shall have no force or effect unless a joint resolution of approval is enacted into law.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 108, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-108, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 4 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment number 9 by Mr. Good of Virginia. Amendment number 10 by Mr. Green of Texas. Amendment number 11 by Mr. Green of Texas. Amendment number 12 by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 14 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Amendment number 15 of Mr. Roy of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. And the unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested, and those in the support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered, and members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 211, the nays are 223. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 9, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 205, the nays are 222.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Salazar votes aye. Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Strong votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 210, the nays, that's not right. The nays. Have all members voted? On this vote, the ayes are 211, the nays are 223. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 10, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Green of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. There's 1 minute left in this vote. vote, the ayes are 207, the nays 225. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Green of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The ayes are 213, the nays are 221, and the amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 12, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108, offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 151, the nays 285. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
14, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 217, the nays are 219. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 118-108, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Seconds left on this vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
Is he still processing?
Mr. Takano.
Plus one, right? Yeah, but we have another person coming in with a no. So 2 no's coming in right now.
Ms. Camblogger does. Votes no.
Do I gavel first? Done. On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 217. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Right here. No, you're good. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 277 and pursuant to House Resolution 495, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 277 and pursuant to House Resolution 495 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the chair will put them in engross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide that major rules of the executive branch shall have no force or effect unless a joint resolution of approval is enacted into law.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. DeLuzio of Pennsylvania moves to recommit the bill H.R. 277 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Madam Speaker, ask for the yeas and nays.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. This 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 210 and the nays are 220. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. This bill.
Madam
Oh,
Speaker,
the gentleman from New York.
on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 210. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Ready to go? Pursuant to House Resolution 495 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 1640. Will the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 1640, which a clerk will report by title.
A bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing the proposed rule titled Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for Consumer Conventional Cooking Products, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Tuesday, June 13th, 2023, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 3, printed in Part D of House Report 118-108, offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part D of House Report 118-108, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 2 by Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts, and Amendment Number 3 by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in the series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part D of House Report 118-108 by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part D of House Report Number 118-108, offered by Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recording vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 207, the nays are 224, and the amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 3, printed in Part D of House Report 118-108 by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote, and the clerk will redesignate the amendment.
3, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device, and this will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 225. The amendment is therefore not adopted. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee now rises.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 1640, and pursuant to House Resolution 495, I report the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 1640, and pursuant to House Resolution 495, reports the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing the proposed rule titled Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for Consumer Conventional Cooking Products and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Pallone, why do you rise?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. The ayes are 249 and the nays are 181. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, please take private conversations outside and please clear the well. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I called the resolution previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 489. Whereas the allegation that President Donald Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 presidential election has been revealed as false by numerous in-depth investigations, including the recent report by Special Counsel John Durham, which documents how the conspiracy theory was invented, funded, and spread by President Trump's political rivals. Whereas Representative Adam Schiff, who served as ranking minority member and then chairman of the Permit Select Committee on Intelligence of the House of Representatives, HPSCI, occupied positions of extreme trust, affording him access to sensitive intelligence unavailable to most members of Congress. Whereas for years, Representative Schiff abused this trust by citing evidence of collusion that, as is clear from reports by Special Counsel Robert Mueller, Department of Justice, Inspector General Michael Horowitz, and Special Counsel Durham, does not exist. Whereas by repeatedly telling these falsehoods, Representative Schiff purposely deceived his committee, Congress, and the American people. Whereas Representative Schiff lent credibility to the Steele dossier, a collection of debunked collusion accusations funded by President Trump's political rivals, by reading false Steele allegations into the congressional record at an HPSCI hearing on March 20 of 2017. Whereas upon abusing his privileged access to classified information, Representative Schiff composed a false memo justifying the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, warrant application on Trump associate Carter Page, which Inspector General Horowitz later found was riddled with 17 major mistakes and omissions, provoking FISA court presiding judge Rosemary Collyer to state unequivocally that the Federal Bureau of Investigation misled the FISC, whereas by publicly smearing Carter Page as a Russian collaborator and justifying spurious investigations of him, Representative Schiff contributed to the gross violation of a United States citizen's civil liberties, thereby committing the very abuses HPSCI is tasked with identifying and thwarting. Whereas HPSCI ranking minority member and chairman Representative Schiff behaved dishonestly and dishonorably on many other occasions, including by falsely denying that his staff coordinated with a whistleblower to launch the first impeachment of President Trump. Whereas part of his impeachment efforts during an HPSCI hearing on September 26, 2019, Representative Schiff recited a false, concocted rendition of a phone call between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Whereas Representative Schiff exploited his position on HPSCI to encourage and excuse abusive intelligence investigations of Americans for political purposes. Whereas Representative Schiff used his position and access to sensitive information to instigate a fraudulently based investigation, which he then used to amass political gain and fundraising dollars, whereas the American taxpayers paid $32 million to fund the investigation into conclusion that was launched as a result of Representative Schiff's lies, misrepresentations, and abuses of sensitive information, and whereas if it is determined by an investigation conducted by the Committee on Ethics that Representative Schiff lied, made misrepresentations, and abused sensitive information, he should be fined in the amount of $16 million. Now, therefore, be it resolved that 1. The House of Representatives censures and condemns Adam Schiff, representative of California's 30th Congressional District, for conduct that misleads the American people in a way that is not befitting an elected member of the House of Representatives. 2. Representative Adam Schiff will forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. 3. Representative Adam Schiff will be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker, And 4, the Committee on Ethics shall conduct an investigation into Representative Adam Schiff's lies, misrepresentations, and abuses of sensitive information.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. Sorry. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
I request to call the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise, and a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 225, the nays are 196. There are 7 answering present. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and agree to House Resolution 272, which a clerk will report by title.
House Resolution 272, resolution calling on the government of the Russian Federation to immediately release United States citizen Paul Whelan.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 272? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and pass Senate 467, which the clerk will report by title.
Senate 467, an act to modify the age requirements for the Student Incentive Payment Program of the State of Maritime Academies.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bills? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be removed as co-sponsor of H.R. 1761.
The gentleman's request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
For a moment of silence, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
7 years ago, this week, on June 12th, 2016, our happy town of Orlando was the site of an act of gun violence and terrorism. We lost 49 angels and 53 were injured at the Pulse nightclub shooting. While that was a terrible and violent act, and we will always remember those we lost, we also came together to reject hate and to speak to those across the nation about both preventing gun violence, about LGBTQ rights, about making sure that we have love define our region. And for the 49 angels we lost and the 53 who were injured, the first responders, their families, and so many others in our Orlando community asked for a moment of silence.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year marked the 75th anniversary of India's independence. The growing importance of the relationship between India and the United States cannot be understated. Our shared commitment to democracy and economic freedom serves to build peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region and challenge the increasingly aggressive China. Robust cultural, educational, professional programs play a key role in strengthening our partnership in science, technology, education, medicine, cybersecurity, civil nuclear energy, and so much more. Americans of Indian descent are an important fabric of the American life, including friends like Mike Shaw, who immigrated decades ago with less than $100 in his pocket. Today, Mike is a very successful entrepreneur who has created a strong business and thousands of jobs. This is a relationship to be celebrated as we welcome India's Prime Minister to Washington, D.C. next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Caribbean American Heritage Month. It is a great time to celebrate the contributions of Caribbean Americans to this country. It is a culture known for its delicious food and drinks, such as Jamaican jerk chicken. And Cuban mojitos are a drink that is wonderfully tasty. And Caribbean artists brought influential music to America, such as reggae and calypso. Some of our greatest Americans have Caribbean roots. Alexander Hamilton, America's first Treasury Secretary, was born in the Caribbean. Former Secretary of State Colin Powell was the son of Jamaican immigrants. And Shirley Chisholm, the first black woman to be elected to Congress and run for president, was the daughter of immigrants from Barbados. Today, Caribbean Americans are making a difference across the country, and we celebrate all of them this month. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and pay a heartfelt tribute to Sergeant Cesar Sandoval of Willows, California. Sergeant Sandoval's sudden and unexpected passing in April was a devastating blow, not only to his family, but also to the communities of Willows and Chico, and all that knew him, where he faithfully served as a law enforcement officer for 29 years. His loss reverberated through the hearts of all those who knew him, leaving an indelible mark on his town, on his neighbors, and the countless lives he touched. Throughout his career, he displayed an unwavering dedication to the safety and well-being of the citizens he swore to protect. His commitment to service was outstanding, and his love for his people shone through every action he took as an officer and as an individual. He worked diligently with Chico officials to tackle the issue of homelessness in Northern California, helping lead the Chico Department's target team that worked closely with local resources to assist those with mental illness, drug, and alcohol issues. While Sergeant Sandoval's life was tragically cut short, his legacy lives on in the hearts of his family, friends, colleagues, and the countless lives he touched in his years of service. As we mark his 51st birthday today, June 14th, Flag Day, we honor his memory and celebrate the legacy he left for the people in Northern California with his service. God bless him and his family. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 95th birthday of David de la Cruz, 95 years old. His loving family and friends will gather to celebrate this Saturday. Mr. de la Cruz is one of our district's last surviving World War II veterans. At the age of just 17, David volunteered for the Army, leaving behind his family in the East End of Pasadena, Texas. He fought in World War II for 3 years, stationed in Germany, returned to a technical school for electronics, and then was stationed in Korea to serve in the Korean War from 1950 to 1951. David had a 57-year career in electronics, both in the Army and as a local private business owner. David is an advocate for Latinos, a business owner, and a lifetime member of the American Legion. As David likes to say, when people see a veteran, they should thank him. So David, today we thank you and celebrate your birthday. Happy birthday, feliz cumpleaños, adios, que Dios lo bendiga. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Address you for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss America's debt crisis. We are in the exact same position today that we've been in for years. Our national debt is ballooning, wasteful spending continues, and in early 2025 we will hit the debt ceiling again and run out of money. Congress must commit to ending the wasteful government spending that is causing this debt crisis in the first place. America is bleeding out financially, and I'm sounding the alarm. We must stop governing from crisis to crisis because all we're doing is organizing deck chairs on the Titanic. Our ship is sinking, and if we don't act fast, our economy, the value of the dollar, our children's future, and the future of this great nation are going to be forgotten relics at the bottom of the sea. Kansas and the Big First sent me to D.C. to stop the borrowing and spending spree. They sent me to pass legislation like this week's REINS Act, which would block costly rules and regulations. Today, America is $31 trillion in debt, and soon will be at $34 trillion in debt. This must end. We must work together now to create a real solution to this crisis, which means coming to the table, having the hard conversations, and getting this right for the future of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the new Stanley Cup champions, the Las Vegas Golden Knights. But as many of our local fans know, the story of the Golden Knights starts long before last night's victory. 6 years ago, our Las Vegas community was forever changed. On October 1st, 2017, a gunman opened fire on the Route 61 concert, killing 60 and wounding hundreds more. We were shaken to our core, but we were resilient, we were united, we were Vegas strong. And something that captured the spirit so clearly was when just days later, the Golden Knights stood shoulder to shoulder with the Las Vegas community and honored the victims of this tragedy at their very first home game, showing the true meaning of Vegas strong. With the whole city behind them, the Knights proceeded to win that home opener and became the first expansion team in the NHL history to start their inaugural season with a 3-0 record. The Golden Knights have always been more than just a sports team for our community, and now, for the first time, they are world champions. Our unlikely heroes 6 years ago, a hockey team just getting to know their city, helped us heal in ways we never imagined. So thank you and congratulations to the Stanley Cups, our battle-born champs, the Las Vegas Golden Knights. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the extraordinary acts of a few of our first responders, law enforcement officers, and brave residents. On Saturday, May 20th, a 911 call was received for an 8-year-old suffering from cardiac arrest. Thanks to the swift response and unwavering commitment of the Carmel Police Department, particularly Police Officer Thomas Egan, who arrived on the scene within 2 minutes and initiated the life-saving application of an AED, the 8-year-old's life was saved. Also assisting were Sergeant Laura Witten, Officer Michelle Yeager, and Officer Brian Detz, who provided CPR, maintained scene control, and assisted medics, while Detective Daniel Shea also helped. I'd also like to thank the Mahopac Volunteer Fire Department, with a special mention to Assistant Fire Chief Rivera, who provided CPR, and to the Putnam County ambulance, medic, and EMS teams, who stabilized the child and swiftly transported them to the Westchester Medical Center. And to Laura Spalina, Judith Scowen, and Karen Tubman, your immediate actions as Good Samaritans here made a vital difference. And also to the Mercia Boers, who recognized cardiac arrest and began CPR, your fast thinking set the stage for the rescue efforts. And lastly, to the other law enforcement agencies that assisted with the safe transport of the child, the Yorktown PD, Westchester County Police Department, New York State Troopers, and the Town of Mount Pleasant Police Department, thank you. Through your combined efforts, an 8-year-old child's life was saved, a family was spared epic grief, and a community was reminded of the importance of our brave law enforcement officers and first responders. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Consent.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm excited this week to introduce HRES 505. It is to commemorate again and honoring Juneteenth. Juneteenth should be a holiday that brings all Americans together because it is about freedom, freedom of a people. It was when General Granger came to Galveston, Texas with Order Number 3 to release the slaves that had been held an extra 2 years because a state would not listen. But it is a holiday that brings us together. There'll be commemorations in Galveston. There'll be commemorations in Houston, Texas, proudly bringing people from all ethnic backgrounds together from Friday all the way to the Juneteenth holiday. I'm very proud to acknowledge Opal Lee, the godmother of Juneteenth, who brought 1 million petitions here a couple of years ago to say we need a federal holiday. I'm proud to honor Representative Al Edwards, the late Representative Al Edwards, who introduced the first bill to make it a state holiday in Texas. And I was very glad to be inspired by him, mentored by him, to introduce the federal legislation, introducing a resolution for 10 years, and then finally achieving my goal, our goal, to have a federal holiday. It is a holiday for all people. Let us celebrate Juneteenth. On June 19th, do something in your community that heals, that welcomes, and joins each community together. It is about freedom of a people, freedom of America, and our wonderful democracy. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Griff Lynch on his induction into the International Maritime Hall of Fame. Mr. Lynch has been in the terminal operations industry for 34 years, leaving his mark on many ports along the East Coast. He currently serves as the Executive Director of the Georgia Ports Authority, leading 1,800 employees in Savannah, Brunswick, Bainbridge, and Chatsworth. Mr. Lynch carries a great passion for his team and community, prioritizing motivation and support for those who work with him. Under his leadership, the Georgia Ports Authority team has continuously broken cargo volume records, leading them to be recognized as one of the most successful ports in the country. Mr. Lynch currently serves on the board of the American Association of Port Authorities and the National Association of Waterfront Employers. He has been recognized by his alma mater, Sunning Maritime College, as Alumnus of the Year and as Georgian of the Year by Georgia Trend magazine. I would like to thank him for all he has done for our district and congratulate him on this well-deserved achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again in defense of the LGBTQ2SIA+ community. This year, we've seen a barrage of hateful legislative attacks on the LGBTQ+ individuals as Republicans in state houses, courtrooms, classrooms, and yes, sadly, even Congress attempt to roll back the clock. What they're doing is harmful. It's unconscionable. And let's be clear, it could prove to be fatal for those who are so deeply hurt by these laws that they take their own life. The stakes this Pride Month couldn't be higher, and that's why I'm proud to stand with my colleagues in defense of freedom and equality for everyone. Pride isn't merely about rainbows, it's about resilience, and it's a reminder that real allyship requires work, courageously and unapologetically standing up to bigotry, not just this month, but every month. We will not back down, and we will not be silent. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Like to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to thank Congresswoman Debbie Lesko for her fight and for our fight regarding gas stoves. What the Biden administration is trying to do with gas stoves is something that has become sadly more and more common from President Biden's party. It doesn't matter to the Hollywood elite, it doesn't matter to the limousine liberals, it doesn't matter to the Silicon Valley billionaires, it doesn't, quite frankly, matter to the welfare classes, but it matters to the middle class as to what their electric or monthly energy bill is. This is part of the Biden administration's effort to shut down gas stoves, which are much cheaper to operate than electric stoves, is a growing trend towards ignoring the middle class in America. These other groups, I don't think, would know what their electric bill is. But we have to bring back the gas stoves on the grounds that it will save money for the middle class who does know exactly what their electric bill is. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the chamber for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in recognition of Caribbean American Heritage Month. First, I want to give credit where credit is due and thank Congresswoman Barbara Lee for her leadership, which made this designation possible beginning in 2006. And I have to thank Caribbean American Shirley Chisholm, the first black woman to serve in Congress. I would not be here today if she had not blazed a trail. Throughout the month of June, we come together to uplift and celebrate the remarkable contributions, radiant culture, and deep history of our Caribbean siblings, some who are the descendants of those that were forced into migration due to the transatlantic slave trade, and those who migrated as Caribbean nationals. I represent the Massachusetts 7th. This is the third largest Caribbean population in the United States. Dominicans, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Bajans, Haitians, and more shape our community, contributing to our economy, culture, and civic life. Whether we are experiencing Caribbean Carnival, the third largest in North America in Boston, or at the policy table working to mitigate the impacts of climate change on our island neighbors, I am deeply grateful to and for them all. In honoring Caribbean American Heritage Month, I reaffirm my commitment to my Caribbean neighbors throughout the United States.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Las Vegas Golden Knights on winning the Stanley Cup last night, defeating the Florida Panthers in a 9-3 rout at home in Game 5 and securing the first major men's professional sports championship in the history of Las Vegas. The Knights have been a uniting force for Southern Nevada since their founding, playing their first home game just 9 days after the October 1st shooting in my district, and they retired the number 58 in honor of the victims of that shooting. Jonathan Marissachaux was named playoff MVP. Last night's dominant performance was capped off by Team Mark Stone's hat trick. And the franchise had many detractors in the beginning, despite these accomplishments. Nate Silver even wrote an article entitled, "Las Vegas is a Terrible Place for an NHL hockey team." Well, owner Bill Foley nonetheless promised that the Golden Knights would bring home a Stanley Cup within 6 years, and that's exactly what they did. Indeed, the Las Vegas Knights organization and its fans have proven that Las Vegas is a hockey town. Congratulations to owner Bill Foley and the Lott family and other members of the team, as well as players and coaches. We are very proud of you, and we're excited to have the Stanley Cup at home in fabulous Nevada's District 1.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 2B4 of Public Law 117-140, I am pleased to appoint the following members to the Commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of the Asian Pacific History and Culture. Mr. Rodney Davis of Taylorville, Illinois, Mr. Vincent K. Fong of Bakersfield, California. As previously agreed, because of the change in Congress and the presumed statutory intent of the Commission, I am appointing Mr. Rodney Davis and Mr. Vincent K. Fong on behalf of the Speaker. As such, I am pleased to make this appointment. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and defend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise with immense joy to celebrate the 32nd season opener of the Jackie Robinson Baseball League at Thomas Foreman Park in Greenville, North Carolina. This occasion reminds us of sports' impact on our youth and communities across America. During the opening ceremony, we honored the memory of Jason Epps, a remarkable young player whose jersey number 6 was retired. Although tragedy took him from us far too soon, his spirit lives in the hearts of our community. Police Chief Ted Sauls was the guest speaker and threw out the first pitch. The Jackie Robinson Baseball League goes far beyond the game itself. It instills crucial values, fosters friendships, and provides mentorship opportunities for our children. Thanks to the commissioner, coaches, families, this community, and above all, the talented players who make this possible. Have a great season, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House now adjourn.
The question is on motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.